Hey everyone, today we are going to build something amazing, a mental health app to help you feel better every day. Sometimes life can be tough and we all need a little boost. Whether you are feeling down, need motivation, or just want to match your good mood with some positive vibes, this app has you covered. You all get daily code for the morning, noon, and evening tailored to your feelings. And something very special, you can also listen a chill and smooth song that suits your mood. So for this tutorial, we will use Flutter. It is normal with Node.js Express for the backend, PostgreSQL for data storage, and Gemini for AI-driven features. So this tutorial will show you how to create the app step by step from onboarding to playing your favorite song. I hope you are going to enjoy this tutorial. It's your boy Fabrice Fabio, and if you have a question, drop them in the comment section. If you are ready, let's go. Don't forget to like and subscribe. So for our project, we are going to use clean architecture in order to have a clearly readable application for the first line. And to do this, we will proceed by feature, basically. Especially we will have in our app, I think 3 feature. So we are going to start with the meditation part, and these are going to be our home page, then the playlist where um, we are going, like, the user can just decide to pick one song and to play music, basically. And the last one are going to be like themes page. So first of all, we are going to start with the onboarding page, and then move to the meditation page. But as you can see, there is default project that I just create. Um, and in order to not, to save time, I added some image directly in our asset. But to do this is very simple. You just need to come to your like pub spec. Don't forget to add like Google font as dependencies. It is something that we will use later, and just enable asset folder in order to use local asset also. And yeah, for the font family, like I was saying, I just add Google font. So I have the like call folder, and inside call folder I got theme, and inside theme I just add some primary color that we are going to use later. So I just write this before in order to avoid uh, lose a lot of time on this. So yeah, if you are ready, then let's move on to the onboarding page. So for the onboarding page, what we are just going to do is to create folder called presentation. Let's And inside this one, you're going to create onboarding, you know. Okay, perfect. And this one basically are going to be like stateless widgets if you want. So what we are just going to do, let's create. So inside our stack, what I'm just going to do, I have an image, and so I'm just going to uh, place the image behind its kind of background, and then I'm just going to add a button. So let's just do it now. So now I'm going to create a button. So let's create, elevation button, for example. But so first of all, I want to see what my onboarding screen are going to look like. So let's import it directly on the home. Okay, so we can see that we got our button. Currently, our image is like very small, but never mind. Let's just continue. And then we are going to fix this later. Yeah. Okay. So by using a line, I just telling my button that you need to like to display yourself at the bottom of the page. So okay. So for the style, what I'm just going to do is to use some style I have created before. So let me just call it. I'm just going to use text theme, for example, the large. And this one, if I just reload it, it's going to change the font family. Why? Because they're just in my let me just take this one. You can see that I have defined parameter in body large and just set some size, and the size is 20 with color white. So it's just for the text. Now we are going to apply a star also to the button. Okay, never mind. So here, as you can see, now we got our onboarding page like very simple because I just use, the image that was already there, but if you want to go deeply, for example, you can, if you got like SVG image, you can decide to play with that also as well. Um, so yeah, now let's move on to our homepage or our main page, if I can call it like that. So this one are going to be meditation um, feature, and inside this one, what we are just going to do basically is to display, some kind of um, page where user based on his current mood can uh, have some advice provided by the app. Yeah, let's do it. Great. So let's create a new folder called features. So inside this one, we are going to have several features. So like I was saying, the first one, for example, are going to be meditation. Yeah. And inside meditation, we are going to have data, like you already know, and domain, and also presentation layer. So presentation. The difference between this presentation layer is this presentation layer are going to be just for um, any kind of page widget related to the feature meditation, and this one, for example, is kind of shared layer. Later, for example, if we want to add bottom navigation app bar, we are going to do it inside this presentation layer. But first of all, let's just focus on this one. So inside the presentation layer, we are going to have page, like pages if you want, and also widgets. Yes. So here we go. Now we are going to create our yeah, let's call it meditation screen. Okay, good. So inside our meditation screen, these are going to be stateless for now, but later when we are going to fetch data from API, we are going to change it if needed. So meditation screen, let's just import here. Great. As always, if you want to make sure that you are calling, so you can write the text, for example, and inside our onboarding page, let's call it, first of all, okay, great. It means we are inside meditation screen. So let's work on the app bar first of all. Oh yeah, my bad. Okay, So this is our app bar. Now let's move on the body. Let's say Sabrina, for example. Okay, this one is not showing. You know why? For example, if I just say text type color red, you are going to see it, because it was white. But let's just use our theme to okay, nice. Now I'm going to create a row. Okay, so let me just add some space to, yeah, and I think this is good. And so now what we are just going to do is to create a widget, and inside this we are going to call this widget here, and inside this widget it's going to be kind of a button where, based on user feeling, when he click on that he's going to have some message. But let's just create a widget first of all. So for that we are just going to come up here and create a widget called, for example, filling button. Let me, Okay, let's test this one first. Okay, so it looked pretty nice, but we have our color that we define. We got also some fixed color, so we are going to use those one, for example. If you want, we can put them directly in your theme, but for example, for this one, I know that it is something that are not going to change even if it is dark or light mode. So yeah, I prefer just to put them there and use them directly. So let's use the default color, and this one are going to be the pink one. Let's import it first. Okay, perfect. So we are going to do the same and add three different uh, filling, if I can say it like that. Okay, let's add some space between them. Yeah, this is great, but no. Yeah, okay, let's just create a container there, and inside this container, for example, we can add padding. Why I'm using container inside of just use padding directly is, for example, if tomorrow you want to add a color, I don't know, red as background, for example, you can just put new color there. So it's really depend what you want to do. But as far as we are concerned, I just want white there. Or let's just keep it like this. Yeah, okay. Okay. Yeah, now let's continue. And yeah, in there is our sub I can say subtitle there, but we forgot to apply the theme. So let's just add some style. Yeah, that's perfect. So now let's continue. So for this one, we are going to do almost the same. So we are going to apply um a new theme. I think it's this. Okay, yeah, this one is better. So here we are going to create a new widget called task card. Okay, so we are going to use this component task card directly in our our meditation page. So let's call it. Let's import it first of all. Okay. Um. So let me just take a random text. I can just find online, and we are going to call it to the description. But of course, I mean, all of those dumped tests are going to be replaced later when we are going to fetch from the API. So yeah, let me just get back. We here, and that's normal. The error we just got, I mean, normal. So what we are just going to do basically is, okay, let me, okay, we're just going to wrap our text, in flexible, and these are going to avoid to have the, okay. So if I would reload it, okay. So um, our component there is inside column. So yeah, and let's just add. Let me see if I add some space. Yeah, okay. I mean, this is not mandatory, of course. You can just decide to remove it. So here we got, or also we can decide to just copy paste it as well. Yeah, let's say for example noon, and this is going to be everything. So yeah, we are going to have something like this. That's pretty nice. And of course, what we want to do next, for example, is to add, let me just, yeah, to add kind of bottom navigation bar there. And we are going to have, the bottom navigation bar just here at the bottom. But what we are going to do is to move this bottom navigation bar to the shared folder inside to have something um, more maintainable, so yeah, but let me just change something inside task cards because I want this text to be like in bold font. Okay, so the properties copy with is kind of overwriting if you want to add new properties. For example, if I decide to say, yeah, I want it to be red, for example. So, so I'm applying new color to the title. So, but I didn't want this. So yeah, now we got something like this. Yeah, let's continue with the bottom nav bar. Okay, perfect. So now we are going to work on the bottom nav bar. But bottom nav bar is kind of um, widget or kind of widget that is shared by all the app. So inside presentation, a folder just here, we are going to add bottom nav bar. And inside this one, what we are just going to do is to add new one called block, you know, and we are going to add block and uh, another one called widget. So basically what we are just going to have is to manage our block, which is kind of state management tools. Basically if you want to delve in more details, there is more video on the channel you can check later. But here we are going to focus on how to use block and use bottom nav as a widget, in order to avoid using set state, for example. Um, yeah, but first of all, let's just install uh, uh, Flutter block, and this is the package that I'm just going to use during the project. So you can install on the last test version or maybe the version that is compatible. At least just try to use uh, like the 8th version. So inside block, that is very simple. How like block work? We are just going to have three different folder, basically like the events and then the state, and to finish we are just going to have the block. But let's just start by create navigation events. And what is navigation event? Basically how block work, you are just going to have your block, and once you call your block, you are going to call an event. Let's say you want to call, for example, the event play. This one are going to be trigger and tell a player, for example, that hey, player, please, I ask you to play. And then the user are going to say, okay, I'm just going to play and I'm just going to return the state, and the state are going to be the final action that this user can do, or the player, if you want. So for example, let's say he can just make a goal, like, or maybe he can decide, for example, to lose a goal or the match, whatever. And the third one, for example, let's suppose that okay, he can also decide, you know to just pass the ball um, to his colleagues, for example. So this is very theoretical, but let's just delve in the code. Now we are going to understand. So first of all, let's create navigation. So inside this one, I'm just going to add a parameter index because we are going to need this one in order to know how is the current index, and based on the index try to show the current page, so. And let's say these required parameters. Yeah. So yeah, here you go. Now we have our events. Now let's create our state. And the state are going to be like kind of response um, returned by the block itself, like the current state, of course. And in the state, like I was saying, for example, can I just took the example of the player? You can have different state, but in our case, we are just going to, I mean, in this case, because later we are going to say, we are going to see other block and how to manage it. For example, when we are going to consume um, the API, the REST API. But for now, we just have like one state. But before that, let me just initialize. Yes, of course. So basically, what we are going to have is when the user are going to change or decide to change the state of the navigation. Yeah. What we need as parameter is the index. For example, I can decide to create another state, which is like navigation initialize, and this one are going to, I don't know, to have 0 by default. But yeah, just let's just keep it like very simple and just try to not, over complicated um, things. So yeah, now we are going to create like navigation block. And inside navigation block, we need two main things. And the first one are going to be like the events, which we just created before, and the state. So like, let me just import the block first of all, and you are going to understand what I'm just trying to do. When I press the cursor, you can see that we have like event and state for the block. So we need to pass the event and also the state. So for the initialize, by using the keyword upper, we are going to be, the default page are going to be like the page with index 0. So, and now we are just going to call this one, and this one is the event we want to trigger when we call our navigation block. So and for this one, we are just going to say, yeah, if I call you navigation block, then I want you to change the state of the navigation I just have by the index I just provide to you. Like very simple. So there, we are just going to get the index from the event that we just sent. Now we just define our block, but let's just create a widget that we are just going to call uh, BottomNavBar, for example. Of course, like if you want, you can create your BottomNavBar with set state, as I mean everyone do. But here we try to follow the principle that it avoid us to use set state, for example, and try to keep it also simple by try to have a good architecture. Um, yeah, let me just create this and this. So let's call it like bottom navbar, and I'm just going to import material. Perfect. So inside of use placeholder like standard, we are just going to call like bottom navigation bar, and this one I'm going to take in parameters item. Okay, the current index also that we are just going to pass also in the parameter, and let me, yeah, and at least have also like the on tap when we click on new menu. So here we are just going to call navigation block, and let me just for this in order to avoid this, let me just create, these are going to be the list of bottom navigation bar item. Yeah, I think it is this one, and also current index. I mean, let copy paste it. Yeah. Okay, yeah, we are good. So yeah, okay. So context.read are going to help us to call our navigation block, if you remember. And for this one, what we need to do is to trigger the navigate to, like navigate to is the event that we have there and the pass the current index we want for tagging. Yeah. So let's just call this one. And by using add, we are just going to pass the event you want. And these are going to be like, okay. And here, just pass the current index. Okay, perfect. Now the next step will be to create yeah, like, you know what, let's just call it homepage, for example. I mean, actually it is not like homepage, but yeah, we can call it like that. So inside homepage, basically there we are going to add, like everything related to the bottom navigation bar and also the current page we want to show. Yeah, very simple. But before that, yeah, let's just initialize the class. Let me just, yes. Okay, perfect. So very simple. We are going to have two main things. I mean the body. For example, let's just put text there, and we are going to have the bottom nav bar. And the bottom nav bar are going to be like this one we just created just there. So before that, let's just initialize our page, for example. Like For that, I'm just going to create a list of page. Let's say yeah, okay. Let's create two page, for example. Two pages, and this one are going to be green. Yeah, by the way, for example. And for the body, what we are just going to do like is to show like the current page, for example, try to show something like current index. So this one are going to help us to just display the current index based on when user are going to click on uh, one navigation bar. But yeah, let me try to, we are going to check the state. And before that, we are going to return, for example, page 0. And for the bottom nav bar, we are just going to use like this one. Where is, yeah, this one. So we are just going to use bottom nav bar there. Okay, so we need to pass like current index. So for this, we are going to wrap this also with block builder, So let's just do it. By default, we are going to set it at 0. And let's check, for example, if the states, yeah, actually, like we can definitely like just use the state, directly, uh, if you want. But yeah, let's just do it like this. And then return this one. Okay. But these are going to be like very similar with the page, because in this case we are just trying to show the first page, but what we want is to check the state, like if the state is like navigation change, like if we receive something after the event was emitted. So amidst, sorry, we are just going to display the current one. Yeah, it's very simple. And yeah, as you can see, we just forgot to add the item. And what is the item? So the item are going to be like the uh the just the icon, if yeah, if I want to call it like that. So for this one, we can just decide to create a list. So let's use bar item. This is the type, you know. Yeah. So we are just going to and let's just use item. I mean, I should have called this one not menu home, but for example, like meditation, for example, you know, like menu meditation, but definitely you can change it if you want. And let's just replace the item uh, here in the bottom. So after that, let me just check. I think we have, okay, that's normal. And after we, I just add, you know, this log in order to make sure that I'm receiving the good state, of course. But this is not mandatory. I mean, you can remove it, so there's no, just in case if I have an error. So now the last part are going to um be in the main page, because in the main page, you know, in order to use Bloc in all the architecture and just made our Bloc state available for like all the app, we just need to write material app inside what we called multi-block provider. And because also we are going to use like or a block later in our project, that's why. But let's just okay. So we have two parameters. The first one is the child, so this one not going to change. We are just going to call our material app as always. And inside provider, let's just call like block provider and create by using our navigation block. And this is, let me read. Say block provider navigation. So yeah, my bad. I just forgot. You know, like provider is the list. So just yeah. And here currently we are calling, you know, meditation screen, but what we are just going to call is we call it home screen. You can call it main screen if you want. And yeah. So our main screen just are going to manage our bottom navigation bar, and when we are just going to click on something, these are going based on the index, and these are going to just call our events, there. So let me just restart the app. Oh, as the error shows here, it's every item must have your label, and yeah, that is something we just need to put, to instantiate the label like this. Okay. And if we decide, for example, to click on the first one, we can see that we have difference, So let's just replace the first page, the first page just there. So we are just going to replace it with our meditation screen, basically. Like meditation screen. And if I click there, yeah. And for the, yeah, we can also replace our, to apply to our icon, just there, we can apply the, let me just, yeah, before the right thing. So we are just going to apply the theme and use the focus color. Yeah, great. Okay, but as you can see, when you click on navigation, like new icon, for example, um, we didn't have like the effect of active, uh, like the current one. So let's just create function. Okay, so we are going to use this one. let's just add fixed value there for now. Okay, yeah. Now we have our effect there. So the next step will be to work on the playlist page. Yeah. So if you are ready, let's continue. Great. Now what we are going to do is to add new feature, and this feature are going to be like the song, you know, for the music basically. So let's just create a new feature there, and we are going to call it music. Okay. And we are going to do like the same, just add data, domain, and presentation layer, you know. So inside the presentation layer, there is the place where we are going to put our I mean, if I click on this playlist page, we are going to have like details page, and after we click on detail page, we are going to have you know, like the music player. But first of all, let's try to create the music player page, then later we are going to add the playlist page. Yeah, so let's create pages where we are just going to save our page and also widget if needed. You know, this is not kind of mandatory. I mean, you can just manage it as you want. Yeah. Now I'm just going to create music player screen, and this screen that is very, I mean, let's just as you noticed, I have the habit to initialize a lot of screen directly in stateless and not in stateful, because first of all, if it is just UI based, I want to use to consume less. So but if like really need it, maybe I'm just going to just switch layer or change it in order to have some stateful widget. But um so yeah, these are going to be very similar. We are going to have like the app bar as we used to have during the meditation. So let me just remind you, if we just came there in meditation screen, if I want, I can just copy past. I mean, we are developer, so it doesn't really need to waste our time a lot. And then in, let me just add something. I want to, yeah. I want to use this one, for example, just and I want to use the same line. So there, and yeah. So if tomorrow, for example, I just change the color, I mean, I want it to be red, I can just change it directly. And it is not something that I will want to put in the app team, but let's continue. This was just details. So here, what we are just going to have is this one, and for this we doesn't need to have circular, but I just those images are image that I just already have in my asset folder, as I just tell you in the beginning. So if you want to have them, you can just check in the description and yeah, just clone the project, or in order to have it, or maybe just don't forget to at the start, uh, so yeah, even if I just save these are not going to work because I need to call the let's just add a child first of all there and call it test, for example. And if you remember, in our home page we are just going to call this page, and let's just import it. Yeah, okay, now you can see the app bar we just created there. So what we are just going to do is to have a column, and inside our column, the first thing, we are just going to have the arc word. I mean, these are going to be like image, and after that, uh let's suppose that, yeah, after the image we are going to have a text like title, another text for like the author name, yeah, and we can also add, for example, a progress bar, and here like action button. These are going to be the structure we are going to work on this page. So let's just start with the artwork. I mean, you can create a widget and just import this directly in a widget, for example, so you can manage it as you want. But I know that it's not something that can take a lot of place, so okay. Okay, now before just work on the progress bar, let's work on the bottom, action button. So for that, we need to create a row. Just add code. So you're just going to use button. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. So let's increase the icon size. So for the icon size, currently we have this. I put to change the icon size, but if you are just using an image, for example, I don't know if you are just used image asset, for example, and you want to add your custom image inside of using icon, um, this parameter like icon size are not going to work. You need to set the height directly as parameter also. So it was just something I want to add in order to avoid you to lose your time if you want to add custom image there. Let's just save this and see. Okay. Okay, great. So here we are going to add spacer. And what is spacer? This kind of flex box for people who are more familiar with React, for example. So are going to add space there directly. Let's add the padding because all of those things need in order to avoid this. I'm not sure that my padding is working right now. Okay, nice. So now I'm just going to work on the progress bar. Not sure that I will implement this, but let's just add it for now, and see how things are just going. And I don't know if let me so progress bar. So for the progress bar, I doesn't want to write the code from scratch, so I just use this package. This is very common and it allows you to manage some parameter as well. So let for example, let's just put some dump data there. Let me just import it first of all. Okay. Okay, now I have it. Perfect. So Okay, as you can see, we have our progress bar that we just add there. So yeah, and when I just move it, we can see, user selected, time, and this is just showing the current value of the progress bar. So yeah, let me just add some color. So let's change this one and use our color. Let's use light pink there. Okay. Okay. I think this looks good for now. So what we are going to do for the next is to add a playlist, for example, and these are going to be like kind of detail page once we click on the once we just click or select one of them, so yeah, let's do it. Okay, great. So now what we are going to do is to add a playlist screen. So for that, let's just create new page there, and we are just going to call it playlist, for example, like playlist screen, and let initialize it. Yeah. So let's define some static value. I mean, this one later we are going to replace um, this song list by you know the response we are going to get from the API. But yeah, just for now, let's just define it like this. And let's say we have artist, like the artist name, for example, and we also have like the thumbnail, and this is the image. For now, we are going to use like the local one, but later from API, these are going to be network image. Okay, great. So now let's just create the scaffolder and add a bar there. But let's just import this directly in our home page. So we are going to replace in the import. Then let's just come here. Okay, that's great. Okay. Now we are going to try to display the information provided, just the, like songs information. So let's just use a list view builder. Okay, that sounds great. So let's just move to the home page and try to remove this unused import, like the useless import, sorry. And yeah, that's also basically what we just do here is when we are going to click on this one, these are going to redirect us to this page. But later, once we are going to fetch data from the API, we are going just to replace those data and just, yeah, try to make our app work. And as you can notice, when I click on this, we still have, we still get on the same page. So let's just add gesture detector, and it is component. Let me just show you gesture detector. So here we are going to add like kind of on top, and once we are going to click on like the back button, these are going to redirect us to our previous page, basically. So let's just save this, and once we, okay, now it's work. I mean, if I want, I can pass the name and other information as parameter, but let's just keep it for now like this and move to the next step. Yeah, great. Before continue with the mobile, we are going to create our own API that we are going to use in our mobile app, So for this, we are going to use Node.js. For those who didn't know um, how Node.js works, that is very simple. You got like many tutorials online, but here I'm just going to build an API that we are going to need for our own project, right? Um, so before that, we are going to use Node.js and PostgreSQL for the database. So for the database, if you want, you can use Mongo, but this is like relational, no relational database. But in our case, we are going to use PostgreSQL, pretty similar to SQL, and also Gemini, which is just provided by Google. It is kind of ChatGPT, but Gemini is um, was just built by Google. So before that, if you don't have PHA admin, I will just ask you to download it. That's very simple. You can just click on the link in the description or just directly write online like PHA admin download, and you are going to download the PHA admin for your own environment. Now let's just talk about the structure we are going to use for our project. So I just create an empty project. So for just doing that, I just write like npm init, and after that you are going to have like a package JSON file. Very simple. So now we are going to create some folder that are going to be like our main structure for our project, and then we are going to start working. But before that, let's just install some package. The first one are going to be Apache, and Apache is for PostgreSQL. Like I was saying, these are going to help us to manage with our DB and data. The second are going to be Express. Express is very famous. Like it is very useful to manage any kind of routing system. And yeah, let's also add Google Generative AI, and this is for Gemini. Great. As you can see, we have our package directly in the dependencies. So now let's continue and set up our project. Let's create So inside our adapter, I'm going to add two subfolder. Like the first one going to be the controller, and the controller are going to be the place where I'm just going to add my controller basically. And we are going to also have a root for the routing, and application. Inside the application, I'm going to create interface, for example, and also I'm going to have my use cases there. And inside domain, that is very interesting, I'm going to have my entity. And for the infrastructure, that's the place I'm going to have like Gemini. You can write like Gemini service if you want, Gemini API, whatever you want. And this is external service, and it is very similar. I'm going also to instantiate my DB there, in order to connect it with my API. So now we are going to work on our entity. So in our project, basically, we are going to need two main entity. The first one are going to be the meditation, and the second one are going to be the song. So let's just add it. Okay, let's start with the first entity. So let's create song.js. Yeah. Great. Now let's add meditation as well. Perfect. Now we are going to add um, some interface before. So why is the reason that we are going to add interface? Interface, you need to know that it is kind of contract basically, but in JavaScript we don't have like interface. I think in the next tutorial I'm going to use, for example, TypeScript, so I can directly use interface, but we are going to use kind of interface here, and for doing that, let's just create a class. So the aim of our interface are going to be the contract for our use case. That can sound weird if it's your first time, for example, to hear about it, but let's just continue. You are going to understand. Yeah. So the first interface I'm going to create is, for example, let's call it like use case interface. And what I'm just going to do is, after I just initialize it, So basically what I'm just saying is, yeah, in my interface, let's call it like that, uh, if I extend new class, for example, I'm going to use, for example, let's say I want to create a new interface called um, play game, for example. So I'm going to create the class play game and extend it directly with use case interface. And this class, for example, like play game, yeah, let's just write it like this. So in this class, for example, if I forgot to add the function execute, it's going to throw me an error, and it will help me to don't forget to use execute. And also I can just overwrite the function execute, and if tomorrow I decide to call like play game execute, for example, I'm going to have something like yeah, kick the ballon, and if I just call the function, these are going to execute like kick the ballon, for example. So let's just apply this, for example, in our case. So I'm just going to create, in our case we are going to have three main use case, but I mean, if you want to add more, feel free. And if you are working your own project, so it will help you to think about the use case your app are going to need, or maybe your API basically. So we, in our case, we need to get songs, so these are going to fetch the data, the database, and fetch all song. We are going to just save in our database, and we are going also to have like get daily codes, and this one are going to call Gemini and return a code, for example, based on like these are going to return us like three code, for the morning, if you just wake up, at the noon, and also at the evening. So yeah, and the last use case, for example, are going to provide us like advice based on our mood. For example, like if you feel bad today and you want some advice, you are going to just fetch this word and you're going to get a response. So this is the three main use case that we are going to have in our app, I mean, for now. So now let's just work on, so here we are going to call like get song and extend it. If we were in like if we were using TypeScript, for example, and we just use interface, we are going to use like implement, but in JavaScript natively we don't have this solution. So okay, like you can say we have like an execute function. So and in our execute function, what we are going to do basically is to return all song that we are going to have. So let me just export. But for that, for example, we are going to have something like song. Let's call it like that. And for each song, for example, we are going to use our entity. So if I came back here, we need to pass like ID, title, author, and song link. So each song we have like an ID, let me just make sure if okay. Oh, that's me. That's normal. Okay. Okay. So we are going to have the author name and also like the song we are going to listen. Yeah. So basically what our use case are going to do is, for example, this function are not working, but we are going to just implement it after, and these are going to fetch all the how can I call it, like I'm going to fetch all the data provided in our table, because in my DB I set some information that I have already put there, but I will show you later. And for that, what we are going to do, let's just let's just continue with like get daily codes. So in daily codes, what we are just going to do, it is pretty similar, but in daily code we are going to ask the repository function, for example, to use just get daily in order to receive the code message. But I mean, if you doesn't want um to make this part, you can skip this part and continue with the Flutter directly. But if you want to just watch it and understand how people basically build an API, yeah, we can definitely watch it. I mean, okay, so basically what this function are going to do, mm, let me just, okay, I think he forgot. Yeah, okay, great. So basically, what this function are going to do is to take in parameter like the repository that we are going to add later, and just say, hey, I want you to send me the response from get API code. That is the function that I didn't know anything about. And yeah, then I'm going just to return um the message directly, you know. So that's all. And this one are going to be pretty similar to like the last one we are going to add is get advice by mood. So let's just add the class. So get So same here, we are going to have like the repo. If you want, you can just copy past this. I mean, these are going to be very simple in order to just say to write. Make sure to always export function, I mean your class. So the difference are going to be like we are going to have a parameter, because in our case, for example, for the mood, we can say, okay, today I'm sad or I'm happy or whatever you want, and then based on that, our AI are going to give you advice. So based on what you just based on your feeling or your mood, whatever you call it. So the function are going to be different, of course. So we are going to call it like get advice by mood. And here, like I was saying, we will pass parameter, and this one will receive a parameter. And after that, yeah, it will be good. So before we just continue, what I'm going to add is new interface. I mean, and this interface, let me just, yeah, okay. So let's call it code repository, for example. Very simple. And inside code repository, what I'm just going to do is to add two function, because like we say, we need to have like get daily codes and also get advice by mode. So yeah, that's what we are going to do. So let's say if the user forgot to add this, we will remind. Yeah, I forgot just to write it like this. Okay. So now we can now decide to work on the infrastructure folder, and inside infrastructure, like I was saying, first of all, we are going to just work on like our DB, try to fetch data, for example, and to do that, let's just initialize the DB first. So let's just create, for example, like index.js, and this one are going to be the connector. So we are going to have something like required pg, and what is pull? Pull is like the client we are going to connect to our DB. Like, for example, we are going to say yeah, I want you to, of course, if you attend to like deploy it online, you should not put some information directly there, and of course your password should not be like just admin. Yeah, I mean, it's not safe. So, but the most of the time, when you deploy, when you use, for example, some services online, they can just generate it from for you, in order to avoid any confusion and to avoid the risk to get hacked. So, and here, very simple. Okay, we are just going to have like query and not this one. And this basically, if we decide to call, for example, query, and these are going to we are going just to pass the parameter, for example, select, I don't know, select one column from those class, and these are going to throw us an information. So that's help us to connect to our DB, first of all. So if you want, we can create like query like that. Of course, I decide to write it like this and not use like ORM, just because there is no need for that. This is very simple. So let's just write the function directly. What we want, mm, okay, and we are just going to return this, and don't forget to export. Yeah. So before we just continue, let's just make sure that yeah, uh, this is just working. So what we are just going to do is, you can comment this, for example, and call the function directly, and here we are going to add a log, for, let's just show the row, and in our console we can just this trick, like, let me just open new console. So I'm going to go inside infra db, and very simple, I'm just going to run query and song, for example, and let me just remove this. Okay, yeah, okay, great. As you can see, this show me in my log that I'm well connected to my db, and I have response here. So I just add like dump data, for example, but later I'm going to change it, and I'm going to change it with you, so we can just change it. So this is well connected to my DB. So the request select all from song, and the song is like double in my DB. Just yeah, just return me a result. So let's just remove this. But now we know that yeah, so this work well, and yeah, we can continue. Now what we are going to do, if you remember later, we just add this like code repository. And but before start working on the routing, because we are going to end with the routing system. Yeah, I think this is not the most complicated part. So, and work in the how can I call it, like in the controller, let's just add Gemini. So Gemini, we are going to use like the service provided directly by Gemini. And for that, of course, we are just going to add two function, um, like because in our interface we say that we need to work on two function. But yeah, let's just add Gemini service. I should call it like, what did I do? Let me just delete this. Yeah. Mm. Oh, I don't know. Should I call it service or API? Whatever. Um, so inside this, we are going to have like Gemini. You know, I'm start calling it API, but whatever. So the most important is to make sure that you are going to extend it with the interface we just created. And in our interface, we are going to have like two main function. So the first one are going to be like get and rest by mode, and the second one are going to be like get daily code, right? Okay. So what we were saying is, for example, with get daily code, we are going, for example, to just say, hey, I want you to provide some information based if it is morning, noon, or evening, for example. So um what is code is like Gemini is very simple to use. So we are going to write, for example, our prompt there. I will write the prompt later, but let's continue. So what we want is first of all to initialize like Kuga generative AI. Okay. So and there I can see in parameter you need to pass our API key. I'm not going to write my own API key there. So let's just call it API key, for example. And then we need to specify the model that we are going to use. So get generative model. There is the list of the model directly on Gemini website. So if you want to check it, feel free. But in our case, we are just going to use like 1.5 Pro. You can also use the Flash, but yeah, there is no huge difference. Not huge difference between the model, but there is no huge difference for what I'm just going to ask the model to just do, you know. So yeah, let's continue. So we are going to tell the model that use my prompt, very simple. Give me a response. Okay, wait, response. And here I'm just going to have like a text, for example. So I'm going to say text. And yeah, very simple. I'm just going to return the text. So I wrote result, but it is return. So basically these are going to be like very similar with what I'm just going to do also in advice by moods. And for that, the only difference is I'm just going to have, like, if you remember, get advice by mood, have parameter. Um, so if you want, we can do it like this. So we are not going to be confused. And this one, we are going to have like to pass the mood there with the prompt we want to use, but the logic is the same. So yeah. So now what we are just going to do is let me just I have write some um prompt for the daily one. So yeah, so here please provide transpiration codes for meditation, like one for each part of the day: morning, noon, evening, return as a JSON format. So, and yeah, I just tell him that yeah, I want this structure for my daily codes. And for the second prompt, based on the device, what I just ask him is to do this, for example, and to return me device based on my mood. And yeah, this is just what I just ask. Very simple. I don't think like there's something like, oh, maybe I overcomplicated things there. Um, so now what we are just going to do, very simple, is to add to call those two functions directly on our controller that we are just going to create. Yeah. Great. So for the controller, we are just going to start with um, let's start with meditation controller.js. Yeah. I mean, I won't put this is unnecessary. Let just and I don't forget catch. Okay. Now so here what we want to do is to, first of all, we are going to instantiate like our service. So Gemini GI. So I just do okay. He doesn't want to import it, but sure, I will do it. So after that, like I was saying, if you just remember, in our use case, we just need to pass in parameter like the code repository, and the code repository is just Gemini. So we need to pass like Gemini in parameter. So, um, but if you want, we can just like decide to call this like, oh yes, okay. So you get the records. This we have got the repository, and there, very simple. What we want is get, and yeah, we are going to execute this. So these are going to just to call, like if you remember, like get get advice by mode, and this is based on the repository that we are just going to provide. So inside, so here, so it's are going to, let me just import this because he really doesn't want to do it directly. I was expecting him to do it, but oh, let me just check if I export. Oh, okay. Like I was saying, don't forget to export. Okay, now I think he's going to just to find it. Like, oh, okay, great. So inside Gemini API, if you remember, we have like two main functions, like get daily codes and get advice by mode. So here, by passing the code repository directly in parameter, so we are going to have like here are going to execute it, and yeah, call it like the use case directly, and once you call the use case, so we are just going to say, hey, execute it. So very simple. And then after, don't forget, like we will just return a JSON. Default statue will be 200 and the response. So pretty similar to, like, let's call it my mood. And in our case, we can decide, for example, in Gemini, as you remember, we need to pass parameter mode also. So these are going to be provided by the mobile app or the client. And let's just get it from the API. Yeah. And then there we are just going to call, oh, okay, my bad, get the liquids, and here let's go get advice mood and execute it. So let me just save this, and here now at the end, don't forget to just export your controller as well, because we are going to need a controller when we will build like the routes. So yeah, very similar. Let's just add a song controller. But yes, of course. So this is similar with what we just did before. And here the only difference is we are not going to called Gemini, but we are just going to, if you remember, we are just going to like call get song directly here the use case, and this use case is calling get song, and of course we need to let's just import, yes, and this get song is from the TB where we fetch our data. So here let's just initialize get song, very simple, and the song are just going to be the function that we are going to execute and return it. So now we are going to work on the root. So for the routing, that is very simple. Um, we are just going to call our controller basically. So let's just do it. Let's see if he will export express. No, he doesn't want to do it directly. Then I will just write it. So at the beginning, we just install Express, if you remember. So there, we are just going to tell like these are going to be, if it was like a post, for example, you can have a post, but you know, with Express, you can just specify the type of route you want to build. So in our case, we are just going to say, hey, if I call you directly on daily code, for example, just return me like the controller dot daily code, because in the controller we have two function, you know. So, and pretty similar to my mood. The only difference is there we are going to pass a parameter, great, my mood, and yeah, that's all. Okay, so yeah, we are, let's just add the root also for um song root. I thought here we import, but definitely today he doesn't want to import express. Our router, so let me just, yeah, definitely. Okay, then if I just click there, you can see that he just, so if tomorrow, for example, I have another function like I want to add, for example, get song by title name, get song by whatever I want, I should just add new function there, you know, and these are not going to have like a lot of impact directly on all the architecture because everything is well designed. Yeah, if I can say it like that. So very simple to modify if tomorrow, and this is also the same, for example, let's suppose that tomorrow you are tired of using this DB and you want to change the request, or if you want to use Mongo, for example, the only place you are going to made some changes are going to be like inside the infrastructure, because it is not directly linked with what happened inside when you just call a root, for example, because it is well designed as well. So for example, if tomorrow you are using Mongo, so you are just going to come there, change the configuration of your DB inside your DB folder, and yeah, just make your changes. So okay, and now as any server, that should be the first thing I should do at the beginning, but I just let it, in order just to explain you how all of these work. And now we are going to have like our I'm tired of writing this twice. um, but whatever, never mind. Let's continue. So inside server, so these are going to be our entry point, so our main file. And here we are just going to call express. There we can set your process dot port if you have one configured, or just for example say I want you to run on this port. So, and they're very simple, should just, and there let's call like our routing. Okay, so uh where am I? Okay, so meditation route, and we are going to have like some route as well. And here let's just, for example, say, yeah, no, so it will come there directly inside, and pretty similar. Yeah, okay. So if you want, you can also run node, you can add nodemon, and nodemon is for example, if you made some changes in Node.js, it will avoid you to just restart your server like every time, but in our case, yeah, oh, I forgot. Let me just delete this. So okay. I support. Oh my god. Let's just, I was afraid. What happened? And now, yeah, we are just going to run our server. So he is running, and he say he's just running on the port 6000. So yeah, let's now use, you can use like Postman or whatever you want, in order if you want just to test the API route, but in my case I'm going to use API dash. And if you remember, I have already make a tutorial about that, but it is pretty similar with Postman, but it was just built with Dart, because in this channel we like use Flutter tools and Dart as well. So let me just make some demo for you. Yeah. Okay. So I just add Gemini key, but I'm not going to show you mine. But to be honest, you can just directly go to the Gemini and get your own key. But yeah, I have my Postman there. I mean, it is API dash, not Postman. But okay, that's normal. You know why? I didn't run the server. I didn't run the server. So now if I just click there, sure. No, so I get the response, but I threw, like inside data. But if I want later, I can just change it, whatever. And for the mood, for example, I can say, yeah, based on my mood, I'm happy. Generate me something. And he say, since I don't have information about current mood, I recommend breathing exercise. Find a comfortable position. Close your eyes and oh, okay. And okay. And if I want to test, for example, how was the second? I just forgot. Give me 1 minute. Yeah, the daily code. So if I ask him about daily code, let's see his response. Okay, he said morning. With the new day comes new strength and new thoughts. So he just shared me some, code. So yeah, that's pretty interesting. So the next step will be to just use this API in our mobile app and just integrate it. Yeah. Great. Now let's go back to our application and we will try to connect our mobile app to our backend that we just built. And for that, we are going to install, to add HTTP package. If you want, you can use Dios. It depends what really suits you. And now let's just check our architecture like it was before. And as we can see, we have two main features like meditation and music. So we are going to start with the music. Of course, we can call it song, whatever. So let's start with the domain first of all. As you remember, on our backend, we have the backend that return us some value such as ID, title, song title and author name, and also the link, for example. So let's just start by creating the domain layer. We are going to add entities, for example. And inside entities, we are going to add some Dart. Yeah. So if you remember just there, we have like title and author, but later we are going to add also the song URL, for example, like this, So we are going to need this as well. But for now, in our DB, it is because we didn't add the song link, but sure, later we are going to add it. So let's just come back to our. So what we are going to do right now is to add title, author, and let's call it, for example, like song links. Okay. But those are going to be string and string. So now we just need to create a constructor for all of them. Yeah. Great. After that, we are going to create an interface for the repository. So what we are going to do is to create a folder called repository, and inside it, let's just add the interface. So this repository, this interface are going to tell the implementation of our repository that we want this function, for example, to be there. And if you want later to add new function, like for example, get song by title or by author name, for example, we will be able to do it also. So let's just say this one are going to return us like a list of song, of course, in order to make sure. So we just need to import the entity there. Okay, perfect. Now we are going to work on the use case. So for the use case, that is, we are going to create a folder as well called use case. And what we are just going to do, let me just create it there. Inside the domain, of course. So we are going to add the use case that we are working on is pretty similar. It is similar to the use case that we had in our backend. So let's just call it get all song, for example. Okay, and the question right now is, what does we need in our use case? So the only thing we want in our use case is to have a function that are going to call the implementation, that are going to call the repository, for example. So like just like this, that are going to say, yeah, I want you to call the repository and just fetch me all song I want. So let's just get back there. Very simple. So what we are going to have is have function. And this one are going to say, hey, repository dot get our song. And as you can notice, these are going to be the feature, also list of song as well. But the repository is in red, so we need to pass to our constructor. So the use case, for example. So we are going to have the repository there that we will be able to pass to the constructor there. Let me just, I want it to be like this. So we are going to pass a repository as parameter to the song, and you just going to use it like this. So now I think we are pretty done with the domain layer, And as you can notice, just to remember, we have our entity. We'll add repository that we are going to use in the data layer just in a few minutes. And there we have also our use case. So now let's move on to the data layer, for example. So for the data layer, what we are going to add first of all is the model. Yeah. Okay, great. So inside the model, we are going just to extend, let me just add, yeah, let's call it like song model. Okay, perfect. So we are now going to have our class. Okay. Yeah. Now we just add the song model. So we are going to work on the data source. But what is data source? I mean, for the data source, for example, we can have, it is a place where we can have, if, for example, if you are using local storage, for example, and we want to save our data or fetch our data from the local, we can add them there. But in our case, because we are just going to use HTTP to fetch our API, so basically what we are just going to do is to fetch all the song from the API. It is the place where we are just going to call external services. So basically, let me just add it. But let's suppose that you are working with Firebase, for example. It's also the place where you can just cut your Firebase and get the data from Firebase. So yeah, okay, perfect. Let me just add some remote data source. Okay. For the data source, if you want, we can separate like the interface in other file. You know, for example, if you want to call the data source later, so we will not call the implementation of the data source, but we will call the interface of the data source. But in our case, yeah, let's just create, the interface there if you want. But if we want to skip, we can as well, but let's just follow the principle and add remote data source. So what we want there, okay, okay. So as you notice, it just remembers that we need to implement get our song because we just get it from the interface you have there. So yeah, in our case we are going to need client, but there is HTTP client, so I need to pass it to the constructor. So let's just import the HTTP as well. Yeah, okay. So now we are going to just make our call there, basically, and fetch just the data from the API. So let's just do it. I know that you know how to fetch data from API, don't worry. In that verse, and yeah, I'm just going to, let me just copy this. There's a lot of chance that this URI are not going to work, not because it is wrong, but I'm working on the emulator and this is local, but we are going to fix it later. Yeah. So don't worry about that. Let's just continue. Yeah, okay. So we are going to check if the response, like if you remember, the static code can be there. We are going to check if it is 200, like if it is, there is no error. So I wrote it like, okay. So we need need to import this. Okay. And then there we are going, because it is a list, like you can see there, list of JSON. So we want each element to be parsed to our song models. So let's call it song. Maybe it will be more readable. And then, okay, perfect. What? Okay. And yeah, let's suppose that there is an error. So maybe just throw an error like fail to load song, for example. And yeah, I think that is good. So it means that if we decide, for example, to call our song remote data source, it will execute this call and fetch all the song from our external API. Now let's just like write the concrete implementation of our repository. So let's call it also like repository. Okay, and we are just going to call it like song repository implementation. Okay, perfect. So there, as you remember, there we have like abstract class, like the interface of our song repository. So repository implementation, we are going to just okay, and he's going to say, hey, you forgot to add a function, you know. And yeah, just remember that you need to write this function, get our song. So for doing that, there we are going to need like, as you can see there, he just said that we need the list of song and not song model that we can just remember in our data source, you know. So we are just going to say song model, but for that we need to call our like song remote data source function there, but we are just going to call the interface. So let's call it like remote data source. Okay, so yeah, we are going to call this, and if you just call the get all song, he's going to execute this literally, you know. So yeah, So I think we are done with this part. If you want, we can just continue directly with the block, or if you want, we can test it before as we want. But yeah, let's just continue to the next part. Yes, before we just continue, if you remember, let me just show you the, if I call like song all, if you remember, we have just three fields like ID, title, author, and the song link doesn't work. Let me just show you like my pgadmin file. I'm just going to get it. Okay, so my pgadmin file look like this. So this is my local pgadmin, and it is the place where I can manage all information related to the DB, you know, so I can see the value. So there, as you can notice, I just have like some title, 1, 2, 3 author, and it is the same response that I just return there as the response of the API. So basically, but in our case, we are missing the fields like song link, and I think the problem is because I just forgot. You know, for example, I write like some links like this, and this one was. Let me just check. Yeah. Okay. Give me one moment. Okay, bro. Okay, let's just restart this and try to see. Okay, that's not what I didn't. Okay, so this was the error. Oh god. It was because I just write like some link like this inside of use like the lowercase for the response, because in my DB there in pgadmin, as you can see, like the song links is right in lowercase, full lowercase, you know, there is no camel case there. So now in the example, you can see that if I try to, let me just restart and say, okay, fetch me data. He will, yeah, he just show me, okay, he will show me like the data with song title 1, 2, 3, and there we have like something. I just put like some drive were there, but I think later I will delete it. But yeah, now what we are just going to do is to see first of all if our call in our front end are working, if we want to fetch data directly, I mean the HTTP one. So let's just do it. Okay, great. Now what we are going to do is to just to make sure that our song remote data source work. And the reason that I'm trying to just just go step by step is that you can understand what we are doing. I mean, it is the purpose of this tutorial. So of course I can add a button there to check if API is work, but currently if I click on this, it redirects me to the sub page, if you remember. So I'm just going to, let's just comment this one. Where is the, okay, comment with line. So what we are just going to do is to decide to call song remote data implementation directly there. So for example, if I click, for now I don't have like any response. So let's call like ABC, for example. Okay, now I'm going to try to instantiate this. Like, of course, we are not going to let it like that, but it's just in case to show you what you may have as response. So we are going to call like HTTP we are going to call like HTTP client, but the real purpose of doing this is to let me just show you. Okay, great. But let's just initial a variable like call x and say I want x and get old song, for example. So let's remove it. And what we are going to do is to make sure, for example, like let's print the let's say statue code and say response but statue code. So these are going to show the response if it is 200, and then let's just try to display JSON response there. You know, it is just a test before we continue with the block part, because in the block we are just going to use the use case and pass some parameters. So before continuing with that, let's just make sure that our API is working. So now if I click on this, as you can notice, I get response. So statue code is 210. Yeah, I have all the information I need, especially the links. So as you can notice, now we are using our API, if I can say it like that, very well. And then this part are going to be removed from there. Let's just get back as well there, and if I just take that, okay, good. Now what we are going to do is to work on the block part, and on the block part we are going to try directly to fetch the use case there and say, okay, yeah, I want you to, once I say give me get all song, then just make the all the process, and yeah, just return me the song I want, you know, like all of them, of course. And based on that, we are going to pass those parameters to this page, and he's just going to use it. So if you are ready, let's do it. Yeah, great. Now let's continue. So what we are going to do here is to add a block folder in our presentation. So inside Bloc, if you have already watched a lot of my tutorials or the tutorials that we just made in Flutter Guys YouTube channel, you will remember that we made a lot of tutorials on Bloc. And Bloc, basically what we are going to have is to have like the first of all the event, because it is the event who are going to be triggered. Then it will return the state, but how these are going to be done by using a block. So yeah, so basically just call your block by specify your events, then you will have like state as a response. So for that, what we are going to do is to add like the event first of all. So let's call it like song event. Okay, then we will have like song state, and finally we will have like song block. Okay, Okay, great. Then now what we are going, basically it is just, you know, an event. There is nothing very special with that. So yeah, now what we are going to do is to directly add the state. So the states are going to be kind of different type of response that are going to be returned to our presentation layer or our UI if you want. So based on those response, the user will know, I mean, the page or the presentation page will know what to return, if it is an error, for example, or if it is just an initialization. So yeah, so let's just extend this state. And we will have like another one for the ear error. So what are going to be interesting there is to, for example, when we will have like some loaded, so what we want, yeah, if you remember song, I need to import this. I don't know if he will find it directly, but okay, never mind, let's continue. Yeah, okay, I think, okay, great. And there, if we have an error, like a string, for example, we just return our error there. So this is the different kind of state we can have. So now let's just move to the block part. Let me just check if I have already added a block. Okay, we have Flutter block there, so perfect. So you need to know that block receives two kind of parameter. So it will receive an event and state. So what we want to do basically is just to call, first of all, let me just, should I import? Yeah, okay, I want to show you. So if, okay, as you can read, we have like event and state. So we will just call like our song event there, and then our song states, these two parameters. So yeah, our song block should have, and by default we are just going to initialize to just call the state and put it to initialize. So by default, if we decide to call like fetch song, we will just like return loading. So it will help us, for example, if you want to show like circular button, for example, of course we can do it, or kind of loading, whatever you want to use as widgets. So here are going to be a place where we are going to call our use case, and if everything is good, then we are just going to return on song that we have. And if we have an error, then emit is just a keyword that we use to say, hey, please, could you return this for me? So it is, yeah, it's kind of saying, yeah, I want you to return those. So basically, our block are going to look like this, you know. So by default, we have initial there, then we will have like the states. If we call like fetch song, we will return loading button, loading event state, sorry. Then we will call our use case, and of course by doing this I can just write like get our song.call, and .call is this function directly in our use case, if you remember. But you can also, it is just another way to write like this. It is similar, there is no difference. So if you want, you can keep it like this if it is more readable for you, or you can just write it like this, like very simple, you know. And yeah, by just writing this, so we have our block which is set up mainly, but now what we are just going to do is to use this one in order to fetch directly different kind of song we have in our DB, and try to just display them there with title and the author name. Of course, I just put dump data even if it is in my local database. So yeah, let's do it. Now let's just use our block in order to just, you know, display all the information that we have in our database there. I mean, came from our API if you want. So currently I'm in, let me just check. Yeah, we are going to work on playlist screen first of all. I think we are not going to work on music player for now. Let's just focus on this one. So what we are just going to do, very simple. Let me just, you are going to understand what I'm just going to rewrite this. So let's just use block builder. Yeah, builder, import it, of course. And this one just taking parameter like block and state. Oh, what am I going? Okay, perfect. Let me just write it like this. I'm going to use this letter. It is just I want to just go step by step and show you. So there, now what we are going to do, because block builder is kind of, you know, listener if you want. So he's going, if there is new information that the block, in our case it is song block, just provide, like for example if the state just change, he's going to base on that and made some modification. So for, if you remember, If you remember, I'm using like let me just show you state song loading. So I'm just going to check each state we just right before, like initialize loading and error, So if you have loading, then you are going to display a loader. If we have like oh sorry, I'm writing too fast. So if we have like loads everything, then display all the information there. I don't know how to write. Okay, and then let me just copy this also as well. So if, for example, we have like an error that is the same, then we are going to display an error. And so I think you got it, and at least if you don't have like anything, it means, for example, if it is initial, then let's return like sender child. Okay. Okay, if we have like an error, so we are just going to display it. And if it is loading, I mean, that is very simple. We are not just working on all the UI parts, but let's just display circular progress bar. So, and now if everything is good, now we are just going to come here, because we have already write the logic the design for this page. So let's just copy this and just add it there and say, yeah, return me all of this. So these are going to return like the body list builder. But if you remember, we just had coding all of these, like song, all of those information. We can remove literally all of them if you want, but let's just keep it. I think he just forgot to import. Okay, so now the state, let me just come back to the song state so you can just remember. Like the state, if it is load, are going to return us like song, and it is songs, it is list of song. So there it is pretty similar. We are just going to use like state.song if you want to make sure. If I ignore dot, say list of song, and yeah. So for the other logic there, still use index, but because we already have parsing and other kind of information, so like state.song index, and there author and pretty have you. Okay, I think that's all. Later we are going to pass parameters, as well, if we just want. I mean, we can pass parameter or use directly the block builder later, but never mind. Let's just focus on this. What does I want to do? Yeah, okay. So for the image, I will let it like this. So he will just this is like tricky game. So he will just use the index and display the same image, because yeah, forgot to add parameter for the image as well, but of course you can do it and the logic are going to be the same. You are just going to have like state, not song, index, like index, and if you have like parameter for the thumbnail or whatever you want to call it, yeah, sure, you can just write it. Now this part is good, but if I run the project right now, I'm still going to have an error. Let me just write it, because we like literally didn't tell our app that, yeah, please fetch, like we have an error, and he said he could not find the correct song block, and that's normal because there is only part in our project that we just tell him that, yeah, we initialize song block, and you should call this event. There is any part currently in our project that we say, yeah, fetch song, So for doing that, what we are going to do is just to come back in our main. If you remember the place where we just write the logic for our bottom nav, this is pretty similar. So we are just going to come here, and to work on the block, we are just going to add new block provider, So block provider. I know that some of you guys are very speed and you are going to say, yeah, but we are not using GetIt, for example, in order to manage anything related to dependency injection. But don't worry, the reason that I'm just trying to go step by step is that people are just following, can understand what we are doing. Yeah. And so what we want is to initialize song block. But if you remember, song block are going to need the use case, So for this, we need to call the use case. But the use case also need to have like repository in order to just work. Yeah. So for the repository, we are not going to call the like the abstract, but we need to call the implementation directly. So we are going to call like song repository implementation. And this one also are going to say, hey, yeah, you forgot to just pass me the remote data source. So we are going to say, okay, yeah, let's just add remote data source as well. He's going, I think we forgot to, sorry, remote data source implementation, not the abstract one. Yeah, okay. So we are going to say, hey, yeah, we need to add the client. So let me just copy this import, because HTTP, every time he just do this with me. Okay, and for the client, we are just going to use http.client. Very simple. And there, yeah, I think that's all. So in our block provider, the first reason that I just add it in the, in the main is because I want my app to have access directly to this, but I forgot. Oh, okay, my bad. Let me just show you. You are going to understand if you remember. Yeah, let's just use the style for each of our text. Okay, so he said no sound found, and that's normal. Why is the reason that he say no sound found. It is because we need, for example, to tell to our block provider that I want you, I say block provider, not block provider, but to tell our song block that I want you to call the event. And what is the event we want to call is fetch song. Yeah, you got it. So there, then we are going to say, yeah, don't forget to call fetch song. So let me just import it, because the only thing that he's going to do if he doesn't find anything is just throw out slide. Let me write it because he doesn't want to import it. Okay, that's good. Now if I just restart, like, let me yeah, I think like this. Okay, so now if I came back to there, okay, let me just restart it. Maybe it was too fast due to the loader, but if you keep in mind, you will see the loader, then he will show us the response. And yeah, and now later we are going to work on this page, but as you can see, we just now show the response from the API, and here, that's all. I don't know how you found it, but to be honest, I like it. It's work. Okay, I hope you are just following and you are not tired there. Don't forget to hit the like button and subscribe if it's not, because you guys, we need to remember you every time, like, don't forget to subscribe. But we also have our Telegram and Discord channel if you want to talk with us directly. If you have the question, sometimes we are there, but we try to be there every time, and there's also some amazing people. So let's just continue. Okay, great. Now we are going to work on the editor page. I mean this one. So what we are going to do basically is to pass the song as parameter to the music player screen, and then try just to, once we are going to click on the play button, so play the music or the song, whatever, pause it. Try also to seek backward. For example, if you click on this button and seek forward, and also we are going to change this button. For example, if we click on it, we are going to have like a loop, so the user will listen like his song in the loop. Like, I mean, that's normal. So what else? And yeah, I think that's all. And of course we are going to change like the title and the author name as well, but we will just write like song title, author one, and yeah, display all the information. So if you are ready, we are going just to do that. But first of all, let's just came there, if you remember. So what I'm just going to do is to convert this to a stateful widget. In order to pass it as parameter. Okay, so we are going to have like an error there. Let me just check. Oh, that is the wrong place. My bad. This is the wrong place. Okay, so we want, yeah, the view name is so this is where we want. So let's add it there. Then we are going to have an error there because we need to pass the song as parameter in order to just have it, you know. And what I will do, yeah. So these are going to return us like the current song and we click on the selected one. So now if we want to convert this to stateful, because we are going to need it, but before that, just remember to add just audio and run like pub get. And if you are on Android, you will probably not have any problems, but if you are in iOS like me, first of all, you are going to have something like this. So you need to just enable the version 12.0 and run just pub install, and then yeah, everything are going to be great. So let's just move back to there and let's just make this page work. So first of all, we are going to initialize the player. We are going to have a boolean, which is we are going to use this to know if we should enable like the looping or not. And now let's okay, there we are going to pass the parameter. We just get okay. So for example, these are going to be very helpful, because if we enter to the like music player screen and we decide, for example, to just get back to the previous page, these are going to just cut the sound, in order to not let it running in the background. Yeah, so very important as well. And let's add a function called toggle. So these are going to check if the song is playing. If it is playing, then we want to pause it, of course. And if not, I mean, for this one, to be honest, you can, let me just write it like this, but you can use Turner if you want, yeah. Or if you want to like just write it very simple, you can write like and so audio player, pause, and if not, play. But yeah, let's just make it very simple so people can just understand. Okay, then let's just add a function seek backward. So what we are going to do is every time users are going to click on the backward button, we are going to just reduce the duration like from 10 seconds. So for that we need to get the current position and just create new position we want. So there, let's check if, let's just make sure if we are not at the beginning. Yes, then we can just apply new position. If not, we are just going to let it there. Yeah. So same for seek forward position, and to the end we are going to have this one. So what we are just going to say is, if it is looping, then if you click on it, it's going to return the, I don't know how to write, sorry. Okay, then we are just going to enable the loop mode. So the loop mode just based on, okay, I'm just going to enable it. Okay, now we have our several function. So now what we are just going to do is to apply like each of them. So first of all, let's just get back to there. Okay. So this will help us to get like the current position. These are going to be for our progress bar, you know, this one. So of course we just want to change it. Now let's just copy this, and what we are just going to do is to return. Very simple. So let's just use the position for the progress bar and our total duration just there. And then very simple, we are just going to use the current, the place we want to get it, to just say, hey, please go there directly. Yeah. So this is not a playlist, so I'm not sure that I'm going to use this button, but for the previous one, let's just get back. Yeah, so we are just going to, where does I put? Yeah, we are just going to just call seek backward, and yeah, that's all. So let's just call it. For now, we let this one, and you are going to understand. Does I? Okay, perfect. And then okay, I just call it like toggle loop. So what we are just going to do is to make sure that if, for example, it is enabled, then we are just going to change the icon so user can know that you want it. So for this one, I want to do something very interesting, so let's use the stream builder again. I hope that you don't say it. My bad. So final player states. So let me just define all of what I'm just writing there is directly on just audio documentation. So if you want to check deeply like each parameter and how it works, of course you can, but yeah, that is very simple to use, and we have already also done some tutorial about how to use it, very fast tutorial and also straightforward. So what we are just going to do right now is to check the state. And for example, if the state, you can see that we have different value there. So we are going to, if the state is loading, for example, let me just copy this, or if the state is buffering and not complete. So what we are just going to do is to return. I'm going to do something funny. The matching, of course. Yeah. So in this step, sorry, I'm just telling him that, for example, if for example I click on if I come to this page and they're still loading, for example, basically I want you just to show me like circular progress bar inside of this button, so I can know that I can't afford any other action. So let me just copy these. These are going to be very simple instead of just writing everything. So there, if you remember, we have like our function toggle play. Yeah, okay, this one. So there we are just going to have like if also if the process if we already have, if everything is loaded, then yeah, let's just play it. But if the song is already if they are already playing, so we are just going, we can pause basically the song and finish. I'm just going to add like the let me just add the last cases, and this one is just, for example, if the sound is finished and if we want to like restart it. So basically you can, and let me just write restart. Yeah, okay, seek restart, but there is no there, so let me just put it there. And what I'm just going to write is, yeah, audio, I want you like just to restart duration 0. So yeah, very simple, not yeah. So I think we are done with this page. Let me just let me just restart it if my computer won't, and I'm just going to try to play the song so you can see. I forgot to just widget.song.title if you want, and there get.song.author, of course. So okay, now so you can see if I just came back there and I click also as, let me just check something. Okay, there, so I have song title 3, song title 2, and yeah, so if I click on it, yeah, you can listen. I think you are going to listen my voice and the song at the same time. So if I click on pause, great, play, pause, play, pause, yeah. I'm playing too much, right? So now let's see if these two buttons are working. Okay, you can say that okay, it's working, and I can also get back. Now let's check the progress bar, and let's just come back to the end. So we are going to see that our main button are going to change because we add like a loader, yeah. Okay, so if I click on it, it will restart. If I enable the loop, then this time, please, yeah, okay, if the song is finished, he's going just to restart directly because I enabled there. So I hope that you like it, and it's also working if you are just writing the code at the same time as me. And yeah, so we are done with this page. If we want, we can also add some another information like display the duration, but basically you can just get the duration by using like audio player duration. And yeah, there is a lot of things that you can do. For example, if you want to just work deeper on it and make it to the production. So yeah, now that we are done with the music feature, let's work on the meditation feature. If you remember, our meditation page looked like this. So what we are going to do, like, basically, is to fetch data from meditation API in order to display directly there. Yeah, I think I'm just going to remove those button later because I don't want to have pages folder. And once, for example, we will click on happy, calm, or relax, we will show on quotes, for example, or advice that will be returned by our API in some dialogue, something very simple. And yeah, so for that, as we just do for the music, we are going to do the same for meditation. So let's start with the domain. And inside the domain, what we are just going to do is to create like entity, like this one. And inside entity, we are going to have like daily. Let's call it like daily quotes. Okay, so daily quotes are going to have like morning, noon, and evening, of course. So okay, so it's going to look like this. And now we are going to have like another entities that are going to be like mode message, and this one is the message just return based on our current mode. So let's use class mode message, for example. Okay, perfect. Now let's create an interface. So the interface that we are going to create right now is for the meditation. So let's just come there and say, hey, I want to create repository. So there, if you remember, in the previous feature, I mean, for the music or the song, whatever you want to call it, we just have like one main function or main purpose for our repository. But in this case, we are going abstract. Yeah, let me just write it. We are going to have like two, because we have this section for the mood, yeah, or feelings, whatever you want to call it, and the second for just the daily code. So repository, and here, so we are going to have like daily codes and get mood message, and this one are going to have like string mood, So what you are going to return is a daily code there, and if I click on it just to make sure, okay. And for the mood, it just the mood message. The reason that I still have this, for example, even if it's just a text, if tomorrow you want to add another parameter, you are just going to come there and to add it, without affect all your apps or the logic behind. So yeah, now let's add new folder for the use case. So we are going to have like get daily code. Let's create a constructor with require fields, and then yeah, we are going to have like our async, and this one are just going to return like repository GetIt code. And of course it should be okay. So we are going to do the same with get mode message. Yeah, I forgot to, because this one is a feature, I just remember. So I'm going to have like get mode. Why not just so it means that we need to pass mode as so I need to call. Okay, so now we are going to work on the data models. So there just I said data models, the data layer. So now let's move on to the data layer and work on on the model. First of all, we are going to work on the daily model and then on the mood message model. Okay. Okay, perfect. Now let's create like modes, message model. Okay, perfect. Now we are going to move to data source. So for that, let's just create a data source. So like we just do for the previous one, data source is, if you remember, is the place where we are going to fetch from our API, So very similar there in data source. If you want, you can split, like create an interface for your data source directly in another folder, but yeah, in our case we are just going to put all of them in let's call it meditation remote data source. Okay, let me just import. Okay, and if I click on it, it's going just to okay, perfect. And as always, he's going to have like a client, so we need to and if tomorrow we want to change our client, we are going to use Jaws, for example, like I have already explained it. let me just copy. I mean, it will avoid me to write everything. So in our case, we are just going to write. Let me check the. Okay, this meditation. If you want, you can export. Maybe we are going to do it at the end. Just the link of the base URL and just add it in the core. But yeah, definitely I will do it later. So okay, let's import that convert. And yeah, here we are just going, for example, these are not going to be a maps because we need just to return daily codes, if you remember. So let's say final, and there let's just remove this and just call daily code mode. Or I don't want the code model from JSON and pass like JSON response. Very simple. And say, yeah, let's just copy this because we are going to probably do the same, but the only difference are going to be with the my mode, and there just pass the parameter as we just do it there. And this async function. So, and yeah, and for the error, of course, we are going to say fail to load mode message, for example. So now we are going to create our repository. So let's create yeah, there is something I don't really get. So let me just repository. Okay, so it was me. Let me fix this. Okay, perfect. So now, okay, just rename it and just put the plural because we can have more than just one. But yeah, definitely let's just add meditation repository, but the implementation one. Let me just remember what am I doing. Okay, got it. Yeah, it was me, and my bad. And okay, so now we are just going to pass. If you remember this repository, for this repository we just need to call like the data source and get directly the remote. Okay. Okay, perfect. So this is great. Now we are just going to work on the block. So if you remember, let's just came there because we have done with our data and domain layer. So for the block, we are just going to create a new one called block, pretty similar. And then yeah, okay. So as you noticed, I just create like meditation event. So meditation event are going to have like fetch daily code and fetch mode message, and this one are just going to have. It is very similar to like the event we just like we wrote also before. So yeah. Now let's continue with the state. So yeah, we are going to create meditation states. But if you want, what we can do there, we can should I separate them? I mean, for me it is clear, but yeah, we can keep them like this. Yeah, just not something that's yeah, no, yeah, yeah. And let's say, for example, that we have okay. Okay, so for the daily code loads, once we get it, so we are just going to return the daily code itself, like directly the one in the domain, if you just remember. So this one, for example, morning, noon, and yeah, blah blah blah. And same for the mood message. So now let's just create a block folder, folder file. So meditation block, and inside meditation block, what we are just going to do is to call like two event, and yeah, let me just check. Okay, I'll fetch mode message and fetch daily perfect. So okay, so here we are just going to call, we are going to need like the use case we created before. Let me just, can I just, okay, perfect. So, but there we are going to, okay, I want the initialize one. Okay, great. Okay. So if you have an error, so if we call like fetch this one, because we have two event that we can probably call. So if you call the first one, we are going to say loading and yeah. So there, I'm just going to oh, okay. This me, sorry. I was like, what does this doesn't want to work? But just because we are in the daily code. Okay. My bad, my bad. So if we just call fetch and everything is good, then we are just going to return our daily codes, and daily code are going to have, like, if you remember, like all those information, you know. So let me just check why it is throwing an error. Okay, so we are going to have, like, it's are going to be similar. But there, let's say move message. Okay, yeah, I think we are done. Okay, with this part. So let's add in the filling button. I mean, those kind of button we are going to add like on tap, because yeah, we just forgot to do it previously, but I just wonder. Okay, never mind. I'm just going to okay. Okay, I think this sounds perfect for me. Let's just check. There is some error. Oh, okay. That's normal. Sorry. Yeah. Yeah, of course. Great. Let me also check if everything is good in like those task card. Yeah, I was thinking about maybe let's just comment it first of all. Just remove it and check the parameter, title, description, color. Yeah, I think those looks clean, but now we are going to work on the presentation, a layer, and for that let's just get there. We are already there, so okay, now let's move to them. Yeah, you know what, let's move to the meditation. So from the meditation page, yeah, we are just going to add that are going to be very similar to playlist screen, but let me just split my screen. So for the body part, yeah, there's a lot of things there, right? So I was thinking about, should we need to fetch the codes? Yeah, you know what? Let's just write like we just to be sure. So so remember that the block builder just take two parameters, and the first one are going to be the block, so meditation block, and the second are going to be the meditation state. So let's just check like computation state again. I just want to make sure. So we have like loading, initialize, and yeah, I think loading, initialize, and error. Okay. So if like the state is the early code, I think we should just return all of these, and let's suppose that this. But if we have like mode message load, then we are going to display some dialog. Yeah, let's do it like this. Let me just copy some text. These are going to be fast. Yeah. So if the state is mode message, then we are going to just return like show dialog, and people can. So let's just add like text button. Let's just write okay. And for the style, if you want, we can add style. Style, and if there is an error, no, let's say Yeah. Okay. Does I forgot something? And like let me just check different state. Not currently if loading, of course. Yes, of course. Okay, yeah. Okay. Okay, that sounds great. Now let's move to the main. So here, as you can notice, previously we had like a block. Let me just close these two pages, and yeah, so we add like sound block. So we are going to do mainly the same thing, but just used the, let me just, so for the meditation block, if you remember, we have two use cases that we are going to call, So the first one is get daily code and the second is get mood code. So get daily code, if we just come here, are going to have like meditation repository, and this is the one we called. So let's just show the repository. Okay, so we have like a remote data source for meditation repository. The remote data source we got there is meditation remote data source. So we have to call remote channel. And for the client, Oh, that's normal. My bad. How can I? Okay. So these are going to be the same there. Let's just remember. So we need to pass get mode message. Let me just close all those pages. So we will have just 2 pages there. So let's call it. It's a message, for example. We have repository, and this repository is meditation repository also, of course. Okay. So now we just add, but if you remember, for our block provider, we need to add or tell to like, don't forget, for example, to like the first event we want is to fetch daily code, you know. So we have 2 events there. We have daily code and fetch mood message. So for the mood message, what I can do as well is, for example, come back to the, where is the page? Yeah, if you remember, we have some on tap, we just let empty there. For example, when the user is happy, calm, or whatever. So what we want is, to be honest, okay, whatever. So when we will click on the button happy, for example, I mean this one, what we want is to fetch not daily but mood message by saying, yeah, today I am happy, for example, I'm happy, whatever you want to call it. And yeah, and for those messages you can write anything you want, custom it for your own AI, and based on that Gemini are going to provide you a response. Yeah, this is the idea basically. And for example, I need to be but feel like I am missing something, you know. And now I think we can restart. As you can see, when I just restart the app, I'm getting an error, but that's normal. I think it is due to this line. So let me just I forgot. Okay, and in the screen, Of course, for now, we need to remove this and write like and then after that we are just going to restart everything code, for example. So let's restart. The app is loading, and yeah, as you can see, we have all the information there. So, and if I just restart again, I'm going to have like new one, because we are using AI for that. And what is good is we doesn't really need to save all of these, and he's writing the code of the person who just write the code. Like with the new days comes new strength and new stuff. Eleanor Roosevelt. Oh, that's very beautiful. And quiet the mind and the soul will speak. Okay, meditation is not a way of making your mind quiet. It is a way of entering into the quiet that's already there. Bird onto. Okay. That's very interesting. But if I click on happy, for example, I'm getting like a loader, and yeah, we have an error. So the next step will be to make this work, and when I will click on just one of the button, for example, and like filling button, we just call it, then we show like kind of dialogue. Yeah, so if you are ready, then let's go. So in order to resolve this, we are going to add like this line. Let me just show you. Just painting. Okay, yeah, perfect. Okay, let me restart it, and then you can see that we have like our daily code. There's no problem with that. But if I click on calm, for example, it's going to show our like the show dialog. But yeah, as you noticed, we have like an error, and this is one of, if you remember, I was saying that if we decide to put all of them together in the same block pattern, like we will have like an error letter, because we don't separate different states, so they share the same. Let me just open the, yeah, okay. So currently we share the same state. It means that when we get like mood message load, it will only just focus on this one, and it is also similar if we just have like daily code loaded. So to just avoid to have a blank page like this, what we are just going to do is to separate the block. So we are going to have like daily code, like state, block, events, and another hand we are going to have like mood, message, state, event, and block. And then based on that, it will be like very simple to just add them in the main and just refactor the page. So let's don't just waste the time, and yeah, let's work on it. So for the presentation layer, we are just going to remove like block builder there directly on the body, in case just to apply block builder only, for example, to fetch, task card information, and same for like mode message block, just apply it on uh, our dialog. So yeah, if you are ready, let's do it. But first of all, what we are just going to do is to remove, let me just, yeah, so for this part, let me just, Now let's just restart. So if I restart the app, okay, as you can see, we have our loading. So it's going to search the daily advice. So there we can see morning. I really like read those advice, by the way, like meditation is the way for everything. Okay, this is the time for find peace. Okay, if they knew they come. Okay, so you can really play with the like Gemini prompt in order to just show the kind of message you like. If you have something more about law, if you like something more about your so you understand what I mean. So, or maybe if you just want like tech quotes, so or maybe dev information, so it's just depend on how. But here we are working on mental health apps, so yeah, that's the idea basically. So now if I click on like happy, for example, he will say my advice for you like is to embrace your happy energy, engage in joyful movement, practice like dancing. So he gave you some advice for the day. And if I click on OK, so he will close it. But if I just try to listen to some song and I get back there, you will see that we still have like this model, because there is no moment that we tell him that you should not display it again, because for him, yeah, okay, the message is logged, so the state is currently on this one. So what we are just going to do right now is to add a new event, but these are going to be like very simple, don't worry. So we are just going to add a new event there, and let's call it, for example, like reset mood, for example. So because if you notice, we got like fetch mood message, but we want reset mood message. So reset mood message, and after that, now we are just going to like work on it, but we are going to add it in the block, like it is just an event. We doesn't need new state for that because we already have all the state we want. By the way, let me just remove unnecessary comment. Of course I can do it, but there's just not the point. So let's the new event that we just created, my bad, and so by using this event, the only thing that we want there is to return, return, but it is a mix. So we are going to say, please just came back to the initial mode. I don't want you to do something else. So after that, when we close the dialog, we are going to call like reset mode, and that's normal. It is because he don't have any parameters. So let me just restart this one. So I'm just going to restart the app, of course. I'm not going to read again, don't worry. So if I click, for example, on the relax mode and I say, today I'm relaxed, he will say, okay, my advice for you is to embrace your relaxed state. I will say, okay. Then if I move to the song and I came back, tada, you will see that we doesn't have like the dialogue anymore. So I think now you can decide to play with this app as you want. Like if you have like some idea, we want to add new feature, of course you can. And that's just, that is why I like working with Flutter. Now you have Gemini as well, and like you see today we worked with Node and Express for the backend, and as to be honest, I think that you learn a lot. If I'm saying wrong, just tell me in the comment section. add like button or yeah, whatever. But yeah. Now let's work. Let me, before just talking about dependency injection, and yeah, as you just noticed, we have this scheme, like, let me just write it for you. So we have like block. So the block are going to, I don't know how to do it, but okay. So basically we are going to have this block. Then after that, we are going to have like use case. If you remember, I'm just tired of doing this, I think I should just do it before, so it will don't be like too hard for you. So we have like block, use case, repository, and data source. Okay, repository. Okay, and after repository we have data source, and at the end the last, oh my god, the last one is just like HTTP, but it is client, HTTP client. So every time, I mean not every time, but if you just check our block, it's following just this architecture for now. So have block, call our use case, then call our repository, then our data source, and then it needs to call our client. So we have something like this, before just having our block. So basically that is why we need. So to avoid just writing like a lot of code like this, what we are just going to do is to use dependency injection. So to be honest, this is what we just don't like this, but by using GetIt or GetIt, whatever you want to call it, yeah, we are just going to reduce our line of code. So it will avoid us to every time write the same, because we will define the logic just before in the initialization of our app. So every time we will just need it, then we will just call and use GetIt. So if you are ready, then let's just create a file called injection container, for example. I have already made a video about that if you want to really understand how it works deeply. So in our channel we already do it, so don't hesitate to check it. But yeah, let me just create injection container. Okay, yeah, of course you can add it. So what we are just going to do is, I forgot. Yeah, of course, how can we use GetIt if you haven't installed it? Okay, perfect. Then now let's just write some snippet of code. Okay, so we will have like init function. Of course it's going to be like async. So you can define, because it is feature, so it is void, so you can specify it if you want. Then we are just going to start with our block. So register factory. Then let me just put it there so we can okay. Oh, before that, let me just I want to delete this yeah, because we are not using it anymore. So okay, there's no. Sometimes I just use Dart analysis to check if there is error if I delete something, you know. So yeah. That's normal. The parameter is different. And also for the song, you have song block. Okay. Then we will have our after block, our use case. So our use cases. So get daily code. Okay, perfect. So here, yeah, we just need to specify that is repository, but we are going to add the implementation like this one. Sorry. So here we are just going to have two, because in meditation repository we have like both, you know, like GetIt and GetMod. So let's just add song repository. Okay. And finally, guess what? I think, okay, we are going to add so we are going to add the client, HTTP client. Okay. Okay, so now we are just going to come back to our main function, just there, and because it is a sync function, so we need that. I'm just going to import so let's just call it day like dependency injection. I'm going to stop and to restart the app. But before that, let me just change the how can I call it? Yeah, the provider. So here, because we just have our dependency injection there, it means that we can decide to use it. For example, if I just take like some Bloc, for example, the provider, so to create it, it's going to be more simple. So we are just going to write insert and we don't need all of this anymore, you know. Yeah, let's just restart the app. Yeah, so we just restarted, but I just forgot. Let me just click there. And as you can see, our app just get restarted. And yeah, it will just show the information as always, so we can read it. We can click, for example, if you are calm, it will give us some advice. We can say, okay, that's good. Now I want to listen some song, and if you want, you can play it. And yeah, so now we have full app that you can also like just push in production with some update, of course. And you can, if you want some more idea, like you can just made it like some, for example, anonymous for people who really like it. So there's a lot of things that you can do right now. And yeah, and I hope that you learn a lot of things and you enjoy this course. If yes, don't forget to subscribe, like, and support us. And yeah, thank you very much and see you for the next time. Bye.